Hello everybody, welcome to my YouTube channel. Today I'm here with you with a new project which is some sort of mid-level project, and it is a resume management using React18, ASP.NET Core WebAPI version 7 and also TypeScript. First, let's see what's the solution architecture in this project. We have a user and user has interaction with our front-end project which is React18 and TypeScript, and our user is directly communicating with this front end. And on the other hand, we have a backend project of ASP.NET Core Web API, which is .NET 7, and the interaction between front end and backend will be using HTTP requests and REST API standard. And also we are using a real database, which is Microsoft SQL Server, and for connection to the database, we are using ORM, and we are using Entity Framework Core ORM inside of this project. Let's see what is the ingredient of this tutorial and what we can learn together. On the backend project, we have a lookup on entities, and we use Dtos, we use ApplicationDbContext, and we use ORM, and also we use HTTP methods like HttpGet and HttpPost, and also we use the Swagger to test our database and our APIs. Also, we use AutoMapper because it is really important to be familiar with it in Grid project. And also, for the first time, we speak about the entity relationships. In this tutorial, we use one-to-many relations between different entities. For example, we have some companies, and each company can have many jobs, and each jobs can have many candidates. So we use one-to-many relation, and we handle it inside of this project. And on the front-end project, we see the nested routings and the importance of it, and we can see how we can use nested routings. We use three of the most important hooks of front-end, which is useState, useEffect, and useContext. And you know that in React, these three hooks are really important. Also, we covered dark mode inside of this video, and because I wanted to speak about useContext, I implemented dark mode using a context, and you can see that how easy it is when we are working with our context. And also we make our Navbar responsive, and you can see that how cool it is, and it will be beautifully responsive. Also we use TypeScript interfaces, and you can see that how cool it is to use interfaces inside of our TypeScript project. And also we use DTO. We use DTO on our backend, and also we use DTO on the front-end project, and you can see what it is. Also we use Axios, we use SASS modules, and also we use Mixin, and we use moment.js. So let's take a look at the demo of our project. So this is the swagger of our backend. You can see, let me show you. We have three different controllers, and we have a lot of DTOs here. You can see that we have some different level for our jobs like intern, junior, senior, and the others. And also for the company sizes, we use this array of enums, which is a small, medium, large, and they will be like this. And we have companies, and we can create a company and see a list of them. And also we can have jobs, and we can create a job and retrieve the list of jobs. And also for candidates, we can create a candidate and get the list of them. And also we can use another API row to download the PDF file of this candidate resume. And we test them on the front-end project. So in front-end project, you can see that I have a simple front-end project, and it has dark mode. This dark mode is implemented by context. And on the companies, you can see that I don't have any companies. Let's create a new company. For example, the name is Amazon, and the company size is a select, and it cannot be typed. It must be selected from a list. For example, I say this is large and save. This company is saved. You can see that I have a company of Amazon. The size is large, and creation time is this. Let's create another one. For example, Microsoft. Microsoft is, let's say, medium, and it's saved. And also it works on dark mode, and also here we have dark mode. That's so good. So for the jobs, we don't have any job yet, so let's create one. For example, senior front-end developer. And for the job level, we can select from a list. For example, intern, junior, mid-level, senior, and a lot of them. I use senior. And for the company, you can see that it is dynamic, and it is coming from the list of our company. So if I add another one, for example, let's say Zara Lan, it is just a test, large, save. And I go to the jobs and create a new one, senior front end, developer. No, it is a senior, and now I have this Zara Lan. It is completely dynamic, and let's save it. Okay, this is now saved. The title is senior front end, level is senior, company name is this, creation time is in an hour. And let's check the dark mode. That's cool. And check the dark mode here. That's okay. Now let's go to the candidates. No, we don't have any candidate. Let's create a one. For example, you can see that this job is also dynamic and it's coming from this list, senior front end. So let's create, okay, for senior front end, first name is test1, last name is test2, email is test@test.com, phone is the test phone number. For CV, I am a developer and also a YouTuber. I hope this video helps you a lot. And that's it. And let's add a PDF file. For example, let's choose this, okay, and save. Now you can see that my candidate is saved, and let's check dark mode. It's okay. It has a first name, last name, email, phone, CV, and also download. And here you can see in this bottom left here, you can see that this is linked to our PDF file. If I click on this, okay, it says that on drive F, you can save it. Let's start downloading and go to the drive F, and you can see this is the original file and this is the downloaded file. This is exactly the same. That's good. And you can see that the dark mode is good, and also this dark mode is working correctly. Also, let's check the responsiveness and let's refresh. Okay, this is my project, and you can see that I have this hamburger menu button. Let's refresh. By clicking it, my menu will be open from the left side with a beautiful transition, and I can choose anything I want. For example, home, it's here, and companies, it is companies. You can see that this grid is responsive. That's good. And jobs, okay, this is also responsive. Let's check dark mode, okay. And also candidates, and this is good. So this is the demo of our product, and also the codes are already uploaded inside of my GitHub, and the backend and the front-end codes are all here, and you can simply access to it and use it. So let's continue and start our coding. So let's start by creating a new folder as always. So inside of drive F, I create a new folder named Resume Management, .NET, React, and TypeScript. And inside of this folder, I create my project, a front-end and a backend. Let's start with our backend WebAPI. So I will open Visual Studio 2022 and create a new project. My project is with C# language, and it is API, Web API. You can see that if you recently used one of them, you can see them here, but I'm searching for it. So ASP.NET Core Web API, my project, and the project will be inside of this folder, Resume Management, select. So the project name simply will be our backend, and solution name is backend, and project name is backend. Next, .NET 7 is good for me. I don't need authentication, and let's leave everything like the standard. Configure for HTTPS, yes. Enable, no. Yes, yes, and no. Let's create our project and start. Okay, this is my new project, and I close this. Let's delete weather forecast, and also delete weather forecast controller. Okay, now we can use this project. Let me show you my database structure. In this example, we have a little complicated database and we have some relations. You can see that we have companies table, jobs table, and candidates. And there are some relation between these entities. For example, you can see that this is a one-to-n relation. It means that one companies can have multiple jobs. Also, jobs and candidates have one-to-n relationship. It means that jobs and candidates have this one-to-n relation, and a job can have multiple candidates. But a candidate can just have one job, and a job just can have one company. So on the inside, we save the ID of its parent. Let me show you. For example, we have companies jobs and it is one-to-n. So inside of the n, which is our jobs, we save the company ID, and also on the candidates we save the job ID, and we save them. So we will create them soon, but let me show you another beautiful thing. When you are using this type of entities, there are sometimes some shared properties that repeated between all of entities. For example, you can see that I have ID, created add, updated add, and is active, and they are repeating on all of our entities. So in these scenarios, we can simply create a base entity and inherit these properties from that base entity. And this is what we will do in this tutorial. So let's do this. Let's go to our project, and inside of my backend, as always, you know that it is a good idea to have different folders for managing your files and your classes. Let me show you what I'm going to do in this videos. I will create new folder inside of backend. I name it core. I want some of my features to be inside of this core folder. So inside of core, let's create a new folder named context. You know that we are using DbContext. So after context, let's add a Dtos. You know that Dtos are a good idea when you're using a great project. And also, let's have some entities. So let's have a folder for our entities. Also, let's create a folder for enums. In this project, we use some enums, and you will see them. And that's it. Also, let's have another folder named AutoMapper config. You will see that what is AutoMapper and why it is vital to be used inside of our project. So this is the folders I need for now. So let's start by creating our entities. So you saw that we have some shared entities. So we can simply create a base entity for them. Let's do this, and let's create a class and call it base entity. So inside of this base entity, we have some props. For example, we have a long ID, and this ID is a key. This key is from system.componentModel.dataAnnotations. And after ID, we can have a prop with the time of created add, and we can have a default value, for example, datetime.now. And let's copy paste this and use another field named updated add. And also I want to have another prop with type of boolean, and its name is active. And you know that you have a lot of props in real world scenarios, and you can use them as you want. So I want to have all of these as my base entity. That's good. So let's add different classes, and you saw that we have them: company, job, and candidate. So let's start with them. For example, company is one of them, and this company inherits from base entity. So now it has all of the features of base entity, and you know that we can use public abstract. So if we change this class to abstract, it cannot be initialized with a new keyword, and it can just be inherited. And this is the base entity. So let's continue with our company. we need to have for every company has a string of name, and also we have some company size. And before creating our company size, which is an enum, let's create all of our entities because we also want to have the relations for them. And after the company, we have, of course, the job. This job will also inherit from base entity. And also let's have the candidate. And this candidate also inherit from our base entity. And that's it. So now we have all of them and we can use them to define our relationships. And let's create our enums. So we have all of the required classes and enumerations. And okay, delete. Inside of enums, I want to have the first thing is for our company. So we have a company size. That's it. So this is a public of enum, not a class. And for this enum, we can have, for example, a small and medium and large. That's it. This is for our company size. And also let's add another one. So this time we are using a job level. This is a public enum, and for job levels we have different levels. For example, intern is the first one, then we have a junior developer, then a mid-level. Let's say that then we have a senior and a team lead and a CTO and architect, or any different levels you want. You can simply write them here and use them. So this is the job. Now we have company size, that's good, and we have job levels. Now we have all of our entities and our enum, so we can implement all of them. Let's go to the company, which is the first one, and after name we have a different prop. The type of this prop is company size, and the name of it would be, let's say, size. And after this, let's check our relations. We saw that any company has a list of jobs, but a job just have one company. So let's implement this. And for relations, we can say that we have a public of iCollection, or you can use list or collections or iList or iCollections. I simply use iCollection of job, and the name would be jobs. Let's also use setter and getter for them. And I think that's it. And this is for the company. So we have a name, size, and a list of jobs. Let's go to the jobs, which is the next one. And this job inherits from base entity, and inside of it, we have a string of title. And also let's have a job level of level. So this is coming from this job level enum. That's good. And after this level, let's go to the relations type. So we saw that we have a relation between jobs and companies. So this is n to 1 from the jobs. So we simply can save the company ID here. So we can say that the type is type of the keys, which is long, and this name is company ID. And also let's have a prop. Let's have company of company, and using this, the entity framework core will handle all of our relations, and that's good. Let's have another prop because we have one one-to-one relation between our job and our candidate. So let's create a collection of candidates, and the name is candidates. Okay, now we have one-to-one relation between job and candidate. So we save a list of candidates inside of our job, and let's go to the candidate. And here we are inheriting from base entity, and we need a lot of stuffs. For example, we need a first name, and let's copy multiple times. Okay, we need first name, last name, email, and phone, and cover letter, and resume URL, and that's it. So the next thing is our relations. And for relations, this candidate has just one relation with jobs, and from the candidate side it is n to 1. So we can simply save the jobs ID inside of our candidate. Let's do this. So here we can create a prop type is long because it's related to ID, and we say the job ID and also a job of job. So I think everything is good. Let's check it quickly and continue. So we have a base entity, which is an abstract class. It has an ID, created add, updated add, and is active. Let's have true as default value for this is active. So it will be saved automatically as true in our database. And that's it. So the first thing is company is inheriting from base entity, so it has ID on all of them, and it has a name and a company size, and this company size is small, medium, or large, and also it has an I collection of job, and that's it. On the other hand, we have job, so it inherits from base entity, and it has a title, it has a job level of level, and the job level is intern, junior, senior, and the others. And for the relations, we have a relation with company, so we are saving company ID and a company of company. And also this job has one-to-one relation with candidates, so it saves a list of candidates in itself. The next thing is candidate, and here we have first name, last name, email, phone, cover letter, resume URL. And on the relations, we have just one relation with job. So we save the job ID with type of long and save the job itself. So for the entities, that's good. Let's go to the database part. So we created these entities. After this, we need to install some package. So let's go to dependencies, right click, manage, NuGet package, and go to the browse sections. Here we need 2 or 3 different packages. The first thing is Microsoft. Let me show you that it is loading. Okay, we need Microsoft.NET Framework Core. Let's install it. Okay, I accept. Also, you need to Microsoft.NET Framework Core.SQL Server, and this will install the Microsoft.NET Framework Core with itself, but you can install it and there is no problem. Okay, the next thing is Microsoft.NET Framework Core.Tools. Let's install. Okay, I accept. And that's it. Let's check on install. Okay, we have Microsoft.NET Framework Core, Microsoft.NET Framework Core.SQL Server, and Framework Core.Tools. That's them. And now let's create a context and add a new class for our context, which is ApplicationDbContext. And that's it. Here we need to inherit from DbContext. This DbContext, you must press Ctrl dot, and it will suggest you using Microsoft.NET Framework Core. Okay, that's good. The next thing is you need to create the constructor and pass some configurations. but it will handle automatically. Let me show you. You need to press Ctrl dot again, and it says you that you can generate constructor, and the second one is generate constructor with options. Let's press enter. Okay, that created the context. You can simply make this generic and pass application DB context to it, and that's so good. The next thing is we need to have a DB set for each entity to create a table for them. So let's create the prop of DB set. By the way, there are a lot of features that are going to be covered in this video, so feel free to ask or leave comment for any question you have, and we can discuss it together. So the first thing is we have a company. So let's say we have a public DB set of company from backend core entities. Okay, the name is companies, and let's copy paste it. Okay, the first thing is company. Next we have job, and its table name is jobs. The next thing is candidate, and it is candidates. And that's good, and we can use it, but because we are using some relation, it's better to configure the relations when our ApplicationDbContext is creating. So for doing this, you can type override, and on model creating, you can see that it suggests you. Let's press enter. So this is the function unit protected override void on model creating, which receives a model builder of model builder, and it calls based on model creating, and you can work with it. Do not delete this line, it is required, and then you can manage your relation. So let's work with model builder dot entity. So for entity of job, I want to define its relation, and you know that a job has one job goes to job.company. I write them, and then we see what is this. So any job has one job.company, and on the other hand, it has with many. So it has many with many. On the other hand, it is company. So company goes to company dot jobs. So it says that on the other hand, you have jobs related to this. And here we can simply use has foreign key, say that job dot company ID. And we simply configured our relations. We say that for the entity of job, we has one company entity, and on the other hand, company has many jobs, and for the job we have the foreign key of job company ID. That's it. Let's have another one with model builder dot entity. After job we have the candidate with one-to-many relationships. So let's handle it. We say that it has one candidate goes to candidate has one job, and on the other hand it has many job dot candidates, and has a foreign key. So for the foreign key, our candidate goes to candidate dot job ID, and this is the next configuration we needed. So we configured all of the relations we needed. Let's go to the next part, which is using this context. So we need to go to the program.cs, and here we need to say DB configuration, and that's it. And you know that we need a connection string, and the connection string is always be used inside of app setting, and it will be stored here. So let's say connection string is an object, and for our local we have a server of dot local, and we must be inside of this code. So server is dot, and database is a name, for example, resume management, and .NET, or any name you want. I simply use the same name again, and trusted underline connection is true, and also let's trust server certificate to true, and that's it. Now this local is used here, so we can simply say that builder dot services dot add db context of application db context, and inside of this we have some options. So options dot use SQL server of, here we can simply use builder dot configuration dot get connection string with key of our local. That's it. That is all of the configuration we needed. Builder.services.add DbContext, application DbContext with options of options.use SQL server with connection string will come from here. Builder.configuration.get connection string of local. Now let's check everything. Let's open the package manager, and inside of view you can go to the other windows and open package manager console. Let's type cls and add migration of initial migration. Let's wait for it to see if we have any error or problem. No, we don't have any error. That's good. Everything is created. So let's say update database. We are using code first approach, so we'll create database from these codes. Okay, it says that done, and we don't have any problem. So let's open Microsoft SQL Server Management Studio and check our database. Dot, okay, because I am local. And we have resume management tables. Okay, we have all of our tables. That's good. And let's see our database diagram. New database with candidate, companies, and jobs. Close. Okay, you can see that I have jobs, companies, and candidates. So companies has one-to-many relation with jobs, and jobs has one-to-many relation with candidates. That's so good. So I think this is the time to close everything and go to the controllers. We want to start with our company. So let's create a new class of company. No, instead of class, you can use class, but there is a better idea to use a controller creator. So let's add an API controller. It will help us to write our codes faster. So this would be company controller. That's good. And here let's create a constructor. So I type CTOR. It will create a constructor with pressing tab twice. And here we receive ApplicationDbContext of context. And I want to create a new field. So you can use create and assign field of context and create and assign property of context. I use this property. That's okay. Let's move this property up and make it private. And also let's change and rename it. So I say rename to underline context. You can use any name you want. I simply use this context. And now I have access to context, and it is time to go on CRUD functionalities. And of course, we'll start with create, because CRUD starts with create, then read, then update, then delete. So create, read, update, and delete. And that's it. So for creating, we create a new HTTP method, and we know that for creating the standard is HttpPost. And let's create a new route, and the route is create, so it would be /API/controller, which is company /create, and it will be /API/company/create. Let's create a public. I think you are familiar because you have done on our previous works, and you know that it should be an async to use asynchronous code. And I can simply return a task of iAction result because I simply want to return an iAction result of CreateCompany. And for the inputs, you know that it is a better idea to have Dtos. So let's go to the core inside of Dtos. Because we have different entities, we create folders for each one. So let's go to the Dtos and create. The first thing is company, so company. And after company, let's create a new folder named the job, and also let's have candidate, and we will create the related Dtos inside of this folder. So for creating a new company, inside of company, let's add a new class, and let's rename it to company create DTO. Let's see what we need inside this company create. So you know that inside of company we have name, size, jobs, and ID of the others. We just need to create these two. So let's copy them and go to the company create, and this is it, name and company size, and I just need them. And now let's close this company. We can from our body receive this company create DTO of DTO, and now I can work with this DTO. We can use setter and getters for this conversion to create a new entity, but in great projects we use AutoMappers. Let me show you how we can create automatic mappings using AutoMapper. We need to create a new method to install a new NuGet package. So here let's search AutoMapper, and we need this AutoMapper.extensions.microsoft.dependency injection. Let's install it. It is really so easy using them. Let me show you. Okay, we have an error. No, this is not an error. It's okay. Let's comment it for now and go to the NuGet package and check. Okay, it is installed and it is good. So inside the AutoMapper config, let's add a new class for configuration. So we say AutoMapper config profile, or any name you want. And inside of this, we inherit from a profile. Let's press Ctrl dot. This profile is using AutoMapper. That's it. And here, let's say CTOR to use constructor. And inside of constructor, we can have the mapping we want. For example, because we have three different, let me categorize everything. We have company, we have job, and we have candidate. So this is better to have categorization. So for company, I want a map, so I create it here. I say create map from company create DTO to company entity. That's it. Now I can, let's press Ctrl ED. Okay, everything is clean. Now I have the auto mapping of company create DTO to company. The next thing is we want to say the program.cs that you need to use this mapping. So let's go to the program.cs. After this DB configuration, let's use AutoMapper configuration, and we say that builder dot services dot use add AutoMapper and inside of this AutoMapper we use type of the name of the class, which is AutoMapper. Okay, we have a problem here. Yes, let's rename this. This is AutoMapper config profile. Yes, AutoMapper. Okay, no, it is true. And AutoMapper, it cannot find it automatically. Let's copy the name. Okay, now it is recognized, and we say that builder.services.add AutoMapper of with type of AutoMapper config profile, and that's it. So now we can, inside of our controller, we can receive the AutoMapper using dependency injection. Mapper of mapper will be received, and let's press Ctrl dot and create and assign a property of mapper. We can change it to private, and let's rename to underline mapper. Now we can use this mapper. Let's uncomment them. Now I have this DTO and I can convert it. So I can simply use it with var of new company equals to underline mapper. We can use the map function, and it has a source and a destination. So what is the destination for this map? It will map to a company entity, and the source is DTO. So now this is, let me show you, this is a company. So we can say that you are a company of new company. So we created this new company, and we can simply await underline context dot companies dot add a sync of new company, and also await of underline context dot save changes async, and we can simply return OK with a string of company created successfully. Let's save and test it to see if we have any error or not. So we have the company, and let's create a new one. Okay, now we have a company size. You can say it is array of 0, 1, 2, but this is not what we want. This must be a string. So we need to have a little configurations. Let's come back here and go to the program.cs. After controller here, after controllers, we need to have a little configuration. And after this, let's press enter here to be more readable. So we say that builder.services.addControllers.add JSON options, and inside of it we received options, and we say that options.json serializer options dot converters dot add, and inside of it we need to have a new JSON string enum converter. Now we can convert from the string to enum and from enum to a string. That's so good. And also we need to have a little configuration inside of our context. Where is it? Here on the context. Here we need to change the fields to a string. You know that. Let me show you inside of companies, design. Now, this size is int, but it must be a string to save the string of our size successfully. So here we need to configure it. So we use model builder for the entity. The first thing is our company. So for our company, we use for the property of company goes to company.size, and for this property we say, yeah, you has the has conversion, and the type of this conversion would be a string. That's it. Let's copy paste this, and because we want to use job levels also, let's do it right now because we have the job also, and we say that for the job and job.level you also need to change to the string, Control S. And because we are changing on model creating, we need to add another migration. So let's say that add migration of update enum to string. Okay, it created, and you can see that it is altering a column from int. Its old type is int, and this new type is envarchar max or string. So let's update our database. Let's check them again. Let's disconnect, close, no, connect again. For tables, okay, companies, design. No, it is envarchar max and it is saved as a string. That's good. So let's close and test again. Okay, this time let's check the company size, a small, medium, large. Okay, and that's right. Let's copy this large and create a new company. For example, Microsoft large. Execute. Company created successfully. Let's select 1,000 rows. Okay, ID1 Microsoft large created that, updated that, and is active. That's good. So it seems that our company is working correctly. So let's close this and this and go to the company controller. Now it's time to work on the read, and we need to create an HttpGet with route of get. And this must be public async a task. Inside of this task, I want to return, and this time I want to return an action result. And what is this action result type? It is an enumerable of our companies, but we do not want to return the entity. We need to create a new DTO. So let's create the DTO for it and continue. So inside of companies, let's add another. Let's stop. Okay, and inside of company, let's add new class. Company get DTO. And for this get, let's see what you want to return from the base entity. I want to return this ID. Okay, let's copy all of them from here and paste them. And also let's go to the company and copy these. I don't want to use these jobs for now. And company get DTO. Let's copy them here and check what we want. So I want to return ID. Yes. I want name. I want size. Yes. I want to create that. Yes. I don't want to update that. I don't need it. And I don't want to return is active. So I need ID, name, size, created add. And the most important thing is the name of this DTO properties must be equal with what is going to be mapped. For example, if its name but it is not named, it will not be converted automatically, and you need some configuration. So use equal names. So this is company get DTO, and let's close this. And so we say that you are returning a company get DTO and INumerable of company get DTO of get companies. It don't have any return. So we say that var companies equals to underline mapper dot map. What is the source and the destinations? Of course, the destination would be the company get DTO, but before this mapping, let's get all of our companies from our context. So let's say var companies, this is better, var companies equals to underline context dot companies dot to list, or to list async is better. So let's await them. This is my company. So var converted companies equals to underline mapper dot map. This companies, what is the destination? Destination is company get DTO. That's it. And we can simply return an OK with converted companies. It has a problem. Let me show you what is the problem. Let's test it. So if you on the feature see the kind of problems, you know exactly what is going on. So it says that AutoMapper mapping exception, missing type map configuration or unsupported mapping, and it says that you are not using correct mapping configuration. So we need to configure them. Let's go here inside of AutoMapper config profile for the companies. Let's create another map. So create map. This is the syntax. So what is the source? The source is company entity. What is the destination? Destination is company get DTO. And this is it. Let's press Ctrl S and start again. Now I have this company get. Again, we have problems. What is the problems? Let's check everything. So we are mapping from the company to company get DTO. So the mapping is okay. And here we are mapping from our companies, but we are mapping to a company get. And this is the problem. It must be an list or IEnumerable or some iterable type of mapping. So let's press Ctrl S and start again. Let's test. Okay, now you can see that we are receiving ID, name, size, and created add. And inside of our database, we have ID, name, size, created add, updated, and is active. So this is the beautiful usage of our DTOs, and using AutoMapper, it will be so easy. So for the companies, I just need create and up and read, and I don't need the other features. And also you can have another read get company by ID, because I don't need them and I don't want this video to be so long. I do not implement them, but let me know in comment if you want to implement them, and we can work on them on another video. So for the companies, it is good, and I think we can go to the next part, which is, let's minimize everything, which is implementing the controller for the next thing, which is our job. So let's create a new, okay, let's stop for controllers, add new controllers. And before controllers, I think it's a good idea to see what we are going to do. So we can create the DTOs. You saw that for different operations like creating and getting, we created different DTOs. So let's create some DTOs for our jobs and then continue to our controller. Let's create a new class. And the first DTO would be job create DTO. And also we need to have another one. So also we need to have job get DTO. So for create DTO, let's see what we need. Job. Okay, we have title, level, company ID, company. Okay, we need 3 is 3. So let's delete this and this. So for job create, we simply need to use title and level and company ID. And let's see the mapping. So for jobs, let's create a new map to complete it. So from job create DTO to job, and this is the mapping for it. So let's close job create. The next thing is job get. Let's see for the get what we need. Let's go to base entity and copy all of them. Paste here to see what we have. Also in job, let's copy all of them. And also have it. So I need ID, yes. And created that, yes. I don't need to update it. I don't need is active. I need title and level, yes. And I need company ID. I don't need company of company. And also I don't need this. So let's clean up a little. So the first thing is ID. Then let's move this down. After ID, we have title, good, level, okay, company ID, and that's it. And I want to create a new prob inside this get DTO, and let's create it. So let's create a new string of company name. And I want to return the company name of this job, and I will show you that how you can simply do this. So this is our DTO, and all of them are exist except the company name. So we need to have a configuration for this company name. Let's do this, and inside of this mapping, so let's create a new map for from our job to job get DTO, and this will map everything instead of company name that we need to handle it. So let's use for member. In these scenarios, we can simply use for member, and we say your field is destination, goes to destination dot company name. And for this, we have some options, and we say options dot map from src goes to src. Where is this coming from? This is coming from our src dot company dot. Do we have name? Yes, we have name. So this is the mapping we needed, and you can see that using formula we can easily handle all of them. So I think this is the mapping we needed. Let's close job with DTO, and let's close AutoMapper and job and base entity. So now let's create a new controller, and here add new controller, API controller, empty job controller. And you know that what, because mapper and ApplicationDbContext is exactly the same, we can simply copy them from here. So let's copy these parts from company, and it is exactly the same. We have ApplicationDbContext, just we need to change this company controller to jobs controller, because this is the constructor. And now we have the underline context and underline mappers. And also let's copy this comment. After this, we need to have a CRUD and a create. So let's create HttpPost, and let's have a route of create. Let's have a public async task action result. And what is the name? Create job. And inside this job, we are receiving from body of our request a job create DTO. And for this DTO, we simply create a new. So let's say var new job equals to underline mapper dot map. So it will map automatically. So this is job create DTO of DTO, and we map this DTO. This is the source, and the destination here is job entity. So we are mapping from DTO to job, and then we add it to our context dot jobs dot add async of new job, and await underline context dot save changes async, and simply return okay job created successfully. So let's test it and see what is the result. So for the job, we need title, level, and company ID. First, let's check the company ID and see what companies do we have. So we have company with ID of 1, which is Microsoft. So here, let's create company ID is 1. What is your level? Let's see the job level. For example, I want to create a senior job position. Okay, level is senior and title is senior front-end developer React18. Let's execute and see the result. Job created successfully. Let's check on the jobs. Select top. Okay, you can see that I have ID 1, title is okay, level is senior, company ID 1, created add, update add, and is active. Everything is saved, and that's so good. So I think the create is okay, and let's go to the next thing. Let's copy the comments from here. I want to have this read and also all of these comments get job by ID. So for the read, let's create HttpGet, and let's have a route of get, again public of async of task. This time we don't use iAction result because we are returning something. So I simply use action result, the generic type of I enumerable of job get DTO. We created this DTO together, and let's say get jobs, and this time we say var jobs equal to underline context dot jobs dot to list async. Oops. And then we can use var converted jobs equals to underline mapper dot map jobs to job get DTO. You know that we created this mapping here, and also we handle company name. That's good. So this is the converted job, and we can simply return OK with converted jobs. Let's check. We have some problems, but let me show you what is the return of this. So let's execute. Okay, now we have a problem. It says that missing type map configuration or unsupported mapping, and for this backend version. Okay, let me show you what is going on here. Inside of AutoMapping, we are going to use src.company name, but no, this company is not exist. Let's use it and then see if anything is changing or not. in these types, when we have relation, we need to use include. So we say this jobs must included with job. Sorry, this is companies. Let's close these companies. And for this job here, include, we say in job, you need to include job dot company, then to list async. So this is a join command in SQL, and now we have access to our company. Let's check it again to see if we have any error or not. Let's try again. Okay, it again says that configuration or unsupported mapping type of job get DTO system collection.list. Okay, we have another problem here. It must be enumerable of job get DTO. You see that it is saying that it is related to our list. Let's check again. Try it again. Okay, this time it again says that unsupported mapping. This time it says async state machine box. Yes, the problem is it is not waiting. So you can see that when you have any error, you can simply read the error messages and see the problems. Let's check again. Okay, this time you can see that I have everything: ID, title, level, company ID, company name, and created that. And that's good. So let's create another company. So here we say that company name is Amazon and its size is large. Execute. Okay, let's get ID of this is 2. Okay, so good. So let's create for company ID of 2 team lead with 7 years of experience. Let's see the job levels. A team lead. Execute. Job created. So let's grab all of them. Okay, senior, company ID 1, company name Microsoft, level of team lead, company 2, company name of Amazon. And you can see that we are simply working on our relations and we do not have any problem. That's so good. Let's refresh. So we have company, creating company, getting list, and creating job and getting list. And let's go to the final step, which is working on our next entity and final entity, which is candidates. So as always, let's go to the Dtos and inside of candidates, let's stop. First, let's create the Dtos to see our overall problems and solution. Candidate, create DTO, copy, and also let's create candidate get. So you can see all of them together, candidate get DTO. So the first thing is creating. So for creating, let's go to the candidate entity and let's copy all of them. You know that in base entity, we do not create anything. The ID is handled by database and these 3 has initial values and default values. Let's copy just all of them from here to create. I need first name, last name, email, phone, yes, cover letter. I don't need this resume because we are generating it automatically. I'll show you later. And for the relations, I don't need job. I need first name, last name, email, phone, cover letter, and job ID. That's good. On the other hand, we have get DTO. So for get DTO, first let's copy everything This is really a better idea to see what you need. And also here, copy again to this. So I need ID. I don't need created ad, updated ad is active. I don't need them. I need first name, last name, email is good. Also phone and cover letter and resume URL. In get, it will be here inside of this get. It will send to the request. And I need job ID. I don't need this job. And let's add another prop with a string of job title. But this time you know that it is so easy to create this field. So I think for candidate get it is good. And now let's close candidate get and candidate create. And let's create the mapping for it and continue. So here we need to create a map. The first thing is creating. So we say that candidate create DTO needs to map to candidate entity. That's good. And the next thing is get. So let's create the mapping for it. Create map of from candidate to candidate get DTO. And also let's have a little configuration. It is for member. And what is the field we need? The field is from the destination dot job title, and this needs to handle from options, and we say option dot where is this coming from? Map from src goes to src dot job dot title. So this time you know that this job must be included to read the title from it. So let's press Ctrl S, and I think it's good. And we will test this. So configuration is good, and candidate, close base entity and company, and let's go to the final step, which is for our controllers, and we create a new controller. This is an API and candidate controller. So let's copy paste. You know that copy pasting is not a problem and an issue. In fact, it is a good help when everything is simple. So let's copy from job, and we copy this constructor and these properties here. Let's copy candidate controller and change this. So now we have underline context and underline mapper inside of the constructor. It will be injected and it will be used here. Let's see the required comments, copy them. Next, we need read. So you see that we are following the CRUD standard. Although we are not implementing all of them and just we are implementing what we needed, but we have the structure for the future updates. So let's start with this create. So for the creating, of course, it is, you know, that standard is HttpPost and route. I say HTTP, not HTTP. So the route is, of course, create. And let's create a new method with public async task of action result. By the way, if you are not sure why sometimes I'm using action result and sometimes I'm using action results, ask on the comments and we can speak about it. And also we can have some different tutorials that focused on the differences of this type of action and action result and action result. So I simply return a task with action result of create candidate. And this is it. But this is a little tricky, and you know that we are saving a PDF file for the resume of our candidate. So instead of receiving a simple body, we need to use forms, and we need to have multiple data. I will show you later on the front-end project, But for now, this time, instead of from, you know that we have from body and from a lot of things, from header, query, form, route, service, I need to use from for, because I want to receive also an image, or a file, instead of just a simple string or long or integer. So let's receive a candidate, create DTO of DTO. So I receive a DTO and a file. So I say that I'm receiving an iForm file of PDF file. That's it. So let's minimize this a little. Okay, now much more better. Now you can see that we are receiving a DTO and a PDF file. That's it. So first we save PDF to server, then save URL into our entity. And this is the reason, let me show you again, this is the reason we are not receiving the URL from the user. We are just receiving the file and we handle it automatically. So let's start. I want my project to be clean, so I use some variables outside of my usings. Let me show you. I say I have a var of 5 megabyte is 5 multiply 1024 multiply 1024. So this is 5 megabyte, and you know that this is byte and this is megabyte, and now this is 5 megabyte, and then var of PDF MIME type equals to application/JSON, and this is another variable I want. So after this, I check my file. I say that if PDF file dot length is greater than this 5 megabyte, or my PDF file dot content type is not equals to PDF MIME type. This is the validation. So we can simply return bad request with file is not valid. So it seems that we have a problem, and let's see what is the problem. PDF file is not here. It says that cannot implicitly convert type of long to Boolean. Oh, sorry, this is the problem. This is the right operator, or PDF dot content type is not equal to PDF MIME type. This is another problem. Okay, no return bad request, and this is my validation. Else, if we are not returning anything, we continue. So we create a new URL for this. So var resume URL. Let's create a new GUID dot new GUID dot to a string. Also, let's add a .pdf in the last of it. So we create a new GUID and we add .pdf on the end of that new URL. And then let's have a file path. Var file path equals to path dot combine of. Let's create a new route for it. For example, inside of my backend, let's add a new folder. And here, let's say documents. And inside of documents, let's add, we may have some different types of documents. So for example, for PDFs, I create a new folder. And here, inside of the path.combine, using directory.get current directory, we receive the current directory, and then documents, then go to PDFs, then go to this resume URL, which is a name.pdf. That's it. So this is my file path, and then using this disposable type, so using var of stream equals to new file stream, and this file stream receives a file path and a mode. So we can use file mode of read write or create. So I say file mode dot create new, create open. You can see we have a lot of them. I say create, and no, why it is not recognized automatic. Okay, no, that's good. So we can simply await PDF file dot copy, and we have copy to and copy to async and stream. That's it. So after it, the video will be saved, so we can create our new candidate and work on it. So we say var new candidate equals to, using mapper.map. You know that we have a destination and a source. So what is the source? The source is this DTO coming from body. So we say the source is DTO and the destination is candidate entity. So after this, we say new candidate dot resume URL is this resume URL, and this will be saved into our new candidate. And this is the dynamic part of saving it. After this, we can simply add this to our context. So await context dot candidates dot add or add async of new candidate. Then await of underline context dot save changes async, and then we simply return an OK, and we say candidate saved successfully, and that's it. So let's test it and go to the Swagger and see if we have any problem or not. So you know that this time, because we are using from form, it is showing us a multi-part / form data, which is required for our images and our files. So let's try it. And for the first name, I say Muhammad. Last name is Tahiri. Email is Muhammad @ for example, gmail.com. Phone number, it is not really a problem for us. For cover letter, I am a developer. And now this is the job ID. Let's check the jobs and get an ID. Okay, I have ID1, ID2. So I use ID1, senior front-end developer, ID1. Let's execute. You can see that it says that the PDF file field is required. So we need to send the file. And in drive F, I have some different PDFs. So one of them is my real resume. So let's test them. For example, inside of drive F, I send this Muhammad front, execute. So it says that file is not valid. Why? Let's check the file and let's test another one. Execute. Okay, again, file is not valid. So it seems that we have some problems. So let's go here and send our request again and check it. Execute. Okay, we have a file and you can see that it is PDF file with 3, and we have this Dto. Okay, let's go to the next line. Okay, PDF 1, 2, 3. Okay, and what is the content type? Oh, this is the problem. This is not application JSON. I just write it quickly. This is application/PDF. So of course it is wrong. So let's start again, because I'm trying to write it fast because this is a relatively big project. So let's check again. Try it out. Muhammad Tahiri. Email Muhammad@gmail.com. Phone this number. Test. Cover letter. I am a front-end developer. Okay, job ID is 1, and let's send this and execute. So it says candidate saved successfully. Let's go to the database and check our candidates. Select top. Okay, you can see that it is saved, and also we have resume URL, which is starts with 95E and ends with EE9. Let's see if it is saved or not. Okay, you can see that the file is also saved. And if I open this file, what happened? Okay, you can see that it is working. That's so good. So I think it is good for our create. The next thing is reading our files, and let's go to the Dtos and check candidate. Okay, candidate get. Okay, we created the get for the candidate on the initial stage, and also we have AutoMapper for it. So let's close everything and go to the controller candidate, and after creating it is working correctly. Now it's time to return everything. So let's simply start HttpGet and route of get. Let's return a public async. This time I'm returning a task. Do you know what is the type? Of course, it is not iAction result. It is action result. Action result, and the type is I enumerable of candidate get DTO. And get candidate is the name, and that's it. So this time let's use await on the first step. So where candidates is await to be sure that everything is working. Okay, so let's use context dot candidates, and you know that because we are using the job title and job ID, we need to include. So we say candidate dot include, and we say that your candidate goes to candidate dot, we need to use job relation, and then we can simply send it to list async. Then is the time to mapping, so we map it to converted candidates equals underline mapper dot map, and you know we have a source and a destination. The source is our candidate, and it is going to be to the destination of I enumerable of candidate get DTO, and we return it. So simply return OK with converted, and that's it. Let's press Ctrl S and check the result. So let's press start, and okay, let me show you. We have 3 controllers. The first thing was company, the next was job. Now we have candidates, and let's get execute and check the result. Okay, 200, that's good. So you can see that we are returning ID. First name Muhammad, last name Tahiri, email this, phone this, cover letter is this, and resume URL is this, and job ID and job title also is correct. Now it is finally done, but we have just one thing, which is downloading our PDF file from server. You see that we just have the resume URL, which is the URL of the file, or it's better to say that the file name of our resume. So we need to have an URL address to download this PDF file. Let's do this, and inside of candidate controller, let's create another one. So this is for read or download PDF file. That's it. Let's use HTTP. You can use anything you want, but you know that when you are receiving a source from server, you can simply use HttpGet. So this time we say that we have a route. This route is download slash ID, and this ID would be parameter. So HttpGet of route of download slash ID, and let's create a public of, this time it is not async, so I can simply use action result of download PDF file, and it will simply receive a string of URL, and inside of it we create this file path. Again, let me show you where this. Let me show you exactly what is the solution. We exactly use that file path again. You see that I copy paste from there. So my file path is again file path.combine of directory.get get current directory, then documents, then PDFs, then the URL, which is the URL route to our files. You can see that it's exactly the same file path. Then we check that if not system dot io dot file dot exists of file path, we can simply return a 404 or not found. Not found, and we say that file not found. You know that this not found is 404. That's good, but if we are not returning, it means that it is found. So we can use var PDF bytes equals to system.io dot file dot read all. You have read all text, all bytes, all lines. This is a file of PDF, so we can simply use all bytes of this file path. Then we say var file equals to a file with some inputs, and the first thing is this PDF bytes. The next thing is its type, which is application slash PDF again, and the last thing is the URL, which is the name of it, and with this name it will be returned. So after this we can simply return this file. Return this file, and let's press Ctrl S and stop and start again. So let's check, try it, execute. Okay, this is the URL of my resume. So let's go to the /API /candidate /download and try it. So we simply say that this is the ID, and no, I must not have ID, just URL. Let me show you. Here must have an arrow. Okay, this name and this name must be equal, so this must be URL and this also must be URL to be sure that there is no error, and they are equal. Let's check URL, that's good. This is my route. Okay, now it is URL, and let's grab file name again. Okay, resume URL is this. Copy and try it. URL, execute. Okay, now you can see that it is giving me the file to download. If I go to the drive F, start download. Okay, this is the file and this is the file. Okay, let's delete it. So let's check another file. For example, how to write resume. This is Persian file. Okay, let's create a new one with this. So refresh. Let's create a new candidate. Okay, test 2, test 3, test 4, test 5. Job ID is 1 and PDF file is this. Execute. Candidate saved successfully. And inside of documents, PDFs. Okay, now we have 2 files. That's good. Let's get the second candidate is test 2, test 3, 4, 5, and this is the file name. Copy. And let's download it. Execute. Okay, in drive F, AF no. Okay, this is the file. Okay, you can see that the file is exactly 3 pages. Okay, 3 pages. You can see that it is saving and downloading correctly. And refresh. It seems that all of our API routes working correctly. So you saw that we created 3 different controllers, and let me show you again. We created 3 different controllers and we just implemented some of functionalities we wanted. So we didn't want to get one by ID and update and delete, so we didn't implement them. We just implemented anything we wanted, and we used different DTOs, and also we used this AutoMapper, and you can see that all of our configs inside of this one file. And I think for the backend project it is good, and now you can see that we can use these API routes inside of any front-end project you want. And just for the last thing, let's go and handle course policy. You know that on front-end project we can handle course, so we say that use course options, and we say that options dot allow any origin dot allow any method dot allow any header. And also this is for the handling our course policy. And I think for the backend project it is good, and we will continue on our front-end project. Now it's the time to work on our front-end project. So let's go to the resume management DRTS and open a new terminal here, CMD. And I want to create a new project. So npx create React app, and the name is Frontend. And also let's use -- template TypeScript, because I want to use TypeScript. So npx create React app frontend -- template TypeScript, and let's press enter and wait for our project to be installed. That's good. And let's open our project using VS Code. So this is our project, and let's first open it to be sure that our change and using npm start. So we start changing files and folders, and then starting it will assure that we don't have any errors or any problems or issues. So this is our project. Let's start. The first thing is I don't need this file, so let's delete some of files like app.css, app.test, index.css, logo.svg, and setup test, and report with vital. We just have these three files. Let's go to the index and let's delete these lines. I don't need them, and delete this and this. So let's format document, and in order to be sure that you have, let me show you prettier. I'm using this extension prettier code formatter to use as format document extension. That's it. So the next thing is inside of app.tsx. Let's delete everything and say RAFCE. RAFCE create a new component for me. You can see that I'm using this snippet, this ES7 plus React Redux React Native snippets. And let me show you ES7 plus. I'm using this extension, and simply using it you can create your component faster, and that's it. So let's check everything. Okay, we don't have any error. That's so good. The first thing is we need to use SASS. So let's copy this npm SASS, and let's open another terminal, and I say npm SASS. It is starting to install. As always, I want to use two different files, global.scss. Let's create it, global.scss for our global styles, and also underline mixins.scss. Let's create a simple mixin of mixin of the flex, and we have inputs of direction for flex direction, and $justify for our justify content, and $align for our align. So we simply say that display is flex, and flex direction is direction, and justify content is $justify, and align items is $align. That's it. Let's format document. This is all we need for our mixins. That's good. Let's close this and let's work on this global. So here we need to have some styles like star and star before and everything after. So padding of 0, margin of 0, box sizing of border box, and I change font family to Arial. That's it. And after this, I want to have dark mode, so I use some CSS variable. So let's create this root, and we say dash dash blue equals to this color 4864 FF, and also let's have a BG color, and this would be FFF, and also let's have a text color 1 of black, and also let's have a text color 2. In case we need it, we can use 555. It's great, and that's it. Also for the links, we use text decoration of none, so this will be generally used. And for our UL, let's simply create a list style of none, and that's it. And also I want to use a wrapper class inside of my app, so let's create that wrapper, and we say your width is 100%, and also your padding is 2 rem, and your minimum height can be 100 viewport height. But because I want to use a navbar, I can reduce the size of navbar from it, so we can simply use calculate of 100 viewport height minus 60 pixel, and the 6 pixel would be the height of our navbar. And after this wrapper, let's create all of the things we need. For example, I want to have another class named context, and I will use it later. Here I want to use my mixin, so I need to assign include the flex, and the first input would be column for our direction, and for justify content I use flex start, and for align items I simply say center, and we need to include our Mixin file. So let's import it on the top, home, and @ import ./mixins. Now as I have access to my mixins, and after this content I can simply use a gap of 2rem for them, gap of 2rem. Let's format document. After this, let's work on our dark theme. So inside of app I want to use a class name of app. So I can work on this app and all of my components will be inside of this app. So here I simply say that for the app, your color would be variable of -- text color 1, and your background color will be variable of -- bg color. And also I say that for .app, when it has the dark class, we can simply change these colors. Let's copy these colors, and we say that in the .app.dark we can change it to 000, and for text color 1 we can use FFF, and also for text color 2 we can use 999. And by the way, you know that we can use this inside of app because you are using SCSS, and instead of this we can simply use this operator. So let's format document. Now this is the classes for our app, and I think that's good for our global files. So let's close it. We created the global.scss, and we need to import it here inside of index. So let's say import global.scss. Now we have access to them all over of our files, and also we created mixins. That good. Now let's continue and go to the next part, and let's see what we need to the next part. I want to have dark mode inside of this project. So before starting, let's handle the dark mode, and then we will handle it inside of our navbar and all of our projects. So when we are using dark mode, there are some different ways to implement it. We can simply use context. So let's create a folder named context, and in this project you can see it is easy to use context. So let's create a theme.context.ts. You can use ts or tsx because we are returning a component. I can simply use tsx, or also you can use ts. There is no difference. So let's import something from React because we need to create a context. So let's import CreateContext, and we need to create a context. So export const of theme context is CreateContext, and that's it. So because we are using TypeScript, we can create a type for this. So let's create an interface of theme context interface, or any name you want. And in this interface I simply say that I want to have a dark mode with type of boolean, and also I want to have a toggle dark mode which is type of a void, which is type of a function. So let's format document again. Okay, this is the type of this context. So let's use this here, and we say that create context with this type, and we need an initial object. So here let's say that you have a dark mode which is in the initial state it is false, and another thing is this toggle. Okay, this is an object, this must be this, and for the toggle dark mode we say that it is just a simple function in the initial state, and then we will change it. So this is my context, and you know that when we are using context, we need to use context provider and wrap all of our component inside of it. And it is better to encapsulate our provider inside of this theme context file. So let's create the wrapper of it. So we say that const theme context provider, it is going to be this component and export default this theme context provider. That's good. So inside of this theme context provider, we are going to receive children as our props. And here, let's create a new state. So we need to use a state. So we need to import useState from React. And here we can say that const of our DarkMode set DarkMode equals to a useState, which is a type of Boolean, and its initial value is false. That's it. And let's create this function here. So we say that const of toggle dark mode equals to arrow function, which set the dark mode and change it. And you know that we can simply change the dark mode, but here, because sometimes we may have some issues and some problems when changing the previous state, the official documentation of state say that you can receive prev state and then change it this way. So let's format document, and also let's say that the type of this is exactly the type you are using here. That's it. So no, we can simply return the theme context dot provider, and inside of it we can return this children, and also you know that there is a value for our provider, and here we can pass the dark mode and also a toggle dark mode. So let's format document. No, we simply return a theme context dot provider with our values, and these children will be inside of this component. And we just know we have a problem. It says that children implicitly has an any type. Okay, you know that you can change the type inside this type script. Let's have another interface for this. So we can create an interface of, let's copy this, and for naming you can simply use the name of it, and then props or any name you want. I simply use this signature, and here I say that I'm going to receive a children, and this children is a type of React node, and your type is theme context provider props. So let's format document. Now this is all of the codes we needed for our theme context provider. So now we can use this theme context provider. Let me show you inside of index.tsx. Let's delete this react.strict mode and import theme context provider from context/theme context and wrap it around of app. So let's format document. Now we have access to this context all of our components and our trees. So this is good, and now inside of app we have access to it. And here let's import and use it. So first let's import something from React, and here now we need to use context. So we need to import the theme context itself and use it. So if it is the first time you're using context, don't worry, and after using it you can see that how cool it is. So we say that const the theme context equals to use context of this team context. That's it. So let's log the team context and check the results, inspect, console, refresh. Okay, you can see that I have dark mode and toggle dark mode, which is a function. So I just need to use this dark mode here. So here I can destructure this dark mode, and here let's log it. Okay, it says that it's false. That's it. And no, I don't need this anymore, and I just want to use it. So I can create my style dynamically, and I say const app styles equals if it is dark mode or it is not. Based on this, you can change the classes. If it is dark mode, this must be app/dark, else it can simply be app. And in this time we can use this app styles. Let's format document, and for now let's check the classes. You can see that it is no app, but if we change the context to true, let's refresh. Now you can see that it is app dark, and we will handle this later on our navbar with clicking on a toggle button. So this is the context for now, and now let's continue and use our program. The first thing is we need to use React Rotterdam, and we need to have a navbar. So first let's install npm I React Rotterdam. I copy this and open my terminal. npm I React Rotterdam, and inside of app I want to use a navbar and then all of my rows. So let's delete this, and here we say that let's have h1. This must be a navbar format. Okay, after a navbar I can create a wrapper class, and you know that we created a wrapper class. It is this, so this will be generally used for all of our routes, and inside of this wrapper we need to use our routes. That's it, and it is installed. So let's format document. Now you can see that we need to have navbar and routes, and also let's wrap everything inside of it, inside of my React Rotterdam browser router. So let's import browser router from React Rotterdam, and let's have this browser router and wrap it inside of our context, and let's format document. So inside of the context provider I have browser router, and then I have app, so I have access to everything I want. Now let's work on our navbar. We installed SASS and we installed React Rotterdam, and the next thing is we need to use some icons. So let's start using material. Let's install these packages. These 3 packages need to be installed. So let's paste and press enter to start installing, and in the meanwhile let's create a new folder named components. Inside of components I want to have a navbar. Okay, and navbar.component.tsx is my file, and also a navbar.scss. That's it. So let's create RAFC. We'll create a new component for us. The name is navbar. That's it. And let's import /navbar.css. And also here I have the navbar class, and I work for it later. And let's import this navbar to app. Delete this, and navbar, and format document. Let's refresh. Okay, now this is navbar component, and because we need to use icons, okay, it is installed. Let's go to material icons and copy this package name also, and say npm I mui slash icons materials. It is installing. No, it is time to import some. Let's it to be installed, and then we need to import something from its icons and continue developing our navbar. It is installing. Good. So in the meanwhile, creating the main class name would be, of course, navbar, and inside of my navbar I will have some different parts. The first thing is my brand division, and inside of it I have a span, and I say resume management format document. And after this I want to have a menu section, and after menu section I want to have a hamburger menu section, and of course I want to have a toggle section. So let's work on them. The first thing is our menu, and we need to have some links. So let's create the links inside of an array and work on it dynamically. So I say const links equals to an array which has an object. So it has some href and also a label. Let's copy this. So 1, 2, 3, 4. The first thing is a slash. It would be home. The next thing would be companies. Its label would be companies. The next row would be a slash jobs. Its label would be, of course, jobs. And the next thing would be a slash candidates. And label would be, of course, candidates, and that's it. So we need to map through these links, and let's import the required from React Rotterdam, the required component, which is link of React Rotterdam, and format document. And inside of my menu here I want to have a UL, and for every item of my links array I will map through them. I have some items, and let's say that for every item I have an li, and that's it. Inside of li's I have some link. This link has a two props that would be to item.href, and inside of the label we use item.label. So let's format document and see it. So refresh. Okay, you can see that I have resume management. Refresh. Home companies, you can see it is working. Home slash companies slash jobs and slash candidates. That's so good. And we have a warning, and if you're asking what is this, this is an extension. Let me show you. Ninja console. This is this extension, console ninja, and it sometimes show you the errors of your console. So it says that each child must have a prop. It's right, because here we need to have a key of item.href. You know that this is unique. So let's format document. No, this is my menu. And after this menu, I want to have a hamburger menu. And in order to using it, let's close this. I want to import icons. So let's import something from mui slash icons. The icon is menu icon I want to use. So inside of hamburger, I simply say menu format. That's good. And the next thing is inside of toggle, I want to use a toggle button from material. Let me show you that. And it is here. You can see there are a lot of toggle buttons like this and this, and that's good. So let's use a toggle button of material UI. Okay, it is imported. That's good. And let's use a value. Let's say check or anything you want. So we need to receive the dark mode and the toggle dark mode, because with clicking this button we need to trigger dark mode. So we need to import the required things. So the first thing is, of course, import use context, because we want to use context. Let's move this up because it's coming from React. And then we need to import our theme context also. So import theme context from this road. That's good. And here, let's say that const of theme context equals to use context of theme context. Now I have access to everything for my document, and you know that because it has, let me show you inside of context. Because it has these two options, I can destructure them. So let's copy them, and instead of theme context, I destructure them directly, and I say that I have these and I can use them. So here inside of this toggle button, I simply can say that the selected equals to if it is dark mode or not, and on change we can simply call toggle dark mode. Let's format document. And what we need to use inside of this toggle button, we need to import two icons. Let me import them here. I want the sun and the moon icon, so I can use light mode, light mode and dark mode. That's it. So inside of this toggle, I use the conditional rendering, and I say that if it is dark mode, you need to render light mode. Else, you need to render dark mode, and for a document, and on change you have toggle dark mode. So let's see if it's working or not. Refresh. Okay, you know that is working correctly. That's so good. So when I'm clicking on this, you can see that it is changing, but its color must change. So we work on these colors later, but you can see that my dark mode is working. And also let's go to the global and change this transitioning. So inside of that app, I say your transition is all 3 seconds and is in out. So it must be much smoother. Okay, you can see that now it is smooth, and that's so good. So I think that is so good. And let's open this navbar to the side and continue working on our styling inside of navbar. So do we imported navbar? Yes, imported navbar.css, and then we have navbar, then we have brand and menu. So let's import everything. The first thing is navbar, and then we have 4 classes of .brand, 1, 2, 3, 4. We have brand, we have menu, we have hamburger, and we have toggle. You can see that we have the structure here, and we can work on them. So for colors, let's see again what we had here inside of global. We used this BG color and text colors, and for colors, let's copy this line and this line. So let's copy them. I think background color is okay. Just let's focus on the color. That's it. So for our brand, we should use this color, and also for this menu, or let's have it just inside of there, and I think it must work correctly, and we will check it. So inside of navbar, first thing is we need to use flex. So let's import our mixins @ import of // mixins. This is the first thing, and then we @ include of the flex, and direction would be row, and we use a space between, and we use center, and that's it. Let's check. Okay, that's so good. And for the background color, I want to use a color like, let's say, color like this will work for me. And this is a simple color. And for your color, you can use this vertex color. So let's move this up. That's good. And after background color, you can use width of 100% to be sure that it is 100% of its parent. And let's change the height to 60 pixels. And also let's have a padding from top and 0. It's top and bottom is 0 and left and right would be 2 rem. Let's format and see the result. Okay, now that is good. And this time let's change the, for now let's change the color to FFF, and then we will change it later. So for this brand, let's check everything. Okay, this branch is resume management, that's good. And these are SVGs. So let's work on this menu. Inside of menu, we have the UL, and we again include. Let's copy this because we want it to be again row, but instead of space between, it needs to be flex start. To start from the left, that's good. And also let's have a gap of 1 rem, and inside of it we have some LIs, and inside of LI we have some A's, and we say that your color is FFF and your cursor is pointer. Let's format and see the result. Okay, that's good. Now we can use this hamburger menu, and inside of it, you know that this hamburger menu will work only on mobile responsive. So we say your display is none. And also let's change this cursor to pointer. This is vital. And also let's use this cursor of pointer for our toggle button. And also inside of this toggle button, you know that we have an SVG. So for this SVG, we can use the color of variable of dash dash blue. This was, okay, dash dash blue is it. Let's format document and check the results. Okay, now you can see that it has the color of blue always, and the color of this section is independent from all of, you can see that it is independent from all of our components. By the way, you can change this, but I think this is a good idea to use this color and background color of fixed to the navbar. So let's check everything. Now I want this to be on the right side. So let's use flex of 1 for this brand, and it will give all of the spaces it has. So no, that's it. And for this toggle, let's have a margin left of 1 rem. That's it. Okay, you can see that how good it is. Home, companies, jobs, and candidates. And now let's see the okay, you can see that we have overflow on our responsiveness. So let's change the responsive problems inside of, okay, here 580. Let's stick to 600 pixels. So let's copy everything inside of navbar and work on them inside of our media query. So I simply say media of max width of 600 pixel and paste everything and format document. Okay, now here let's change everything. For our navbar, it is row space between center. I think it is good. And color, I don't need to change it. And background color is good. Width is good. Height is good. For just the padding, let's change it to one rem from left and right, and brand is flex1. That's good. I don't need it, so we don't want to change everything of it. Then here inside of menu, we need to have some little changes. So this time this menu can be a column. It is with flex start and center. That's good. So the next thing is, for this, let's use again this background color and color to be sure that here after this gap we use color and background color again, format document. So this time the menu has this color and background color. And let's say your width is 240 pixels and your height is 100 viewport height. And I want to change the position to fixed because this want to be completely absolute and independent from everything. And I say your top is 0 and your left is also 0 and your Z index is something big like this, or just simply say 100. And also let's use a transition because we are working to moving it from left to the side. So I say all and again 3 seconds and is in out. That's it. So now we want to work on this toggle. Okay, you can see that this is like this, but we have a problem because this is here. I want everything to be centered. So the height of this UL here. Okay, I think we can use column flex start. We can use them for our menu. And let's format document. And this is for all of our menu. Let's check. Okay, now we have a problem. Inside of menu, we can use column, flex start, and center. Good. Background color and color, we have them. And its width is this. That's good. Top 0, left 0, and inside of it we have this UL, and for this UL let's say the height is 100% of your parent. Format. Okay, no, that's much more better, but let's change the display of flex of this. So instead of UL, let's again use this, and for it is colon, but everything is inside of the justify content line item center. No, that's much more better. And also let's use a gap of 2 rem and delete this gap. I don't need it. So format. Okay, now you can see that home, companies, jobs, and candidates. And now I want to show them. So this time let's work on the hamburger menu, and display is black, and the cursor would be pointer on the top. That's good, so we don't need to change it later. And for toggle, we don't need to change anything of toggle. Just for the hamburger menu, we change the display to black. Let's check it. Okay, refresh. Now we want to work on this functionality of hamburger menu. So let's work on it and go to the here. Let's create a new state for it. So do we have a state? No, let's create useState. And here we say that const open set open equals to useState of boolean of false. That's it. So this time let's have another function, and we say that const toggle open menu equals to, again let's use set open of receive prev state and change the prev state to it's not. So format document. Now we have this toggle open menu, and let's copy this for hamburger menu. You can say, or for this menu we simply can say on click call this toggle menu format. And again we can use dynamic classes. So let's create a const of menu styles equals to if it is open 1 and 0. So if it is open, your classes is menu open, else it is simply menu. And let's use this menu styles for my menu. That's it. So format document, and this time here inside of this menu in my media query, I simply say that if my menu has class of open, you need to change the left. So in the initial value, let's in open, let's change it to 0, and in the initial value, let's use the left of minus its width. So minus 240 pixel format document, and let's check, refresh. Okay, you can see that how cool it is. Now it is working correctly. And if I say home companies, you can see that the URL is changing, but let's close it when we are using this. So let's go to the this LIs and copy this on click. So I want to toggle everything on my click. So for this LIs, I simply say on click toggle. Format document. Now, if I close on any of these LIs, it will be closed automatically. And jobs and candidates. So that's so good. And it seems that everything is working correctly. Now the navbar is completed. And let's stick to our roads and continue. So let's close, and go to the app.tsx. Here we need to create some roads. So let's create a page. So pages, and let's create home, and inside of this I create a home.page.tsx and also a home.scss. And let's close this app and open this home. Open to the side, RIFCE, and I don't need this page and this. And here let's say ./home.css in case I want to use this class name. And simply inside of this home we can use this class name of home, and also you saw that we created a global class which was this content, so we can use this, and here we say content home. So inside of it we need to have some different places. For example, an h3 of welcome to website, and then let's have some br, and then let's have a span with a lorem of 100, lorem 100 format document. That's it. So let's go to the app, and here we need to import it and use it. So let's import the required components from React Rotterdam. I need roads and roads. That's it. So let's import roads, and here let's have a road for path of a slash and element of home page, and that's it. So let's refresh and go to the home. Now you can see that I have them on dark mode. Everything is changing. That's so good. Now we have home. But let me show you a beautiful thing about this home import, and it is the improving our performance using lazy loading. So in order to use this, let me import lazy and suspense. You know that we can use lazy loading, and when we are using the lazy loading, until something is not loaded, it will show us what we want until everything is loaded. So let's change this a little, and we change this to this is the syntax const home. Instead of this home, let's comment this and we say const home equals to lazy of a function, and we say that this is an arrow function of import, and we import this URL using this lazy. So we import this and close this. Okay, so this is my imports with lazy loading. That's it for my document. No, in order to use this lazy loadings, we need to use suspense. So let's close everything, or it's better to use this suspense up of this row. So let's import this suspense and wrap everything inside of suspense. The suspense can have a fallback feature, and for this we can use anything. For example, any component you want, and when it is loading, it will be shown. Let's create a beautiful spinner for this. So let's go to the components and create a new folder named the custom linear spinner or loader dot component dot tsx, and let's go to here and find our spinners. Okay, avatar, chip, divider, alert, progress. I want to use this linear, so let's copy this and inside of this. Okay, we need to create the component. This was the name of our folder, so this can be, let's work on it. Okay, let's cut this and we say custom linear progress. Okay, inside of it, let's create custom linear progress.component.tsx. That's it. RAFCE. Okay. Delete, delete. Now let's copy this. Copy. And in return, we use this. So box is coming from material UI. Let's import them. Import something from @MUI material. And the first thing is this box, and also this linear progress. That's it. So now we can use this custom linear, and inside of, let's close this, and inside of app for the fallback, we can simply use that. So let's paste this, and this must be a component. So let's make it a component, format document. Now when it is fallbacking, it will use this linear and it is imported. That's good. Now let me show you what will happen when it's refreshing. Okay, you see in a moment it loaded. Let me show you a beautiful thing about it. I go here and I go to the network and I intentionally lower my speed. So in 3G you can see that while it is loading and the fallback will be shown. That's so good. Now we have everything of our lazy loading, and I think that's good, and also for the home page it is enough. So let's check it, the next thing, which is our companies. So let's close home and go to the pages and create companies folder, and inside of companies I want to have companies.page.tsx and also companies.css and RAFCE. That's good. Let's close this and import /companies.css. That's it. So this is my company. So let's import it inside of app. So I want to have another one, another route and its path is /companies, but this time I use this type of route because I want to have nested routes. So let's have another route for its index, which is just /companies, and its element would be the companies. That's it. But these companies, you can see that it is loading automatically as ordinary import. So let's change this. So I copy this and I say that const companies equal lazy of importing this. And let's delete this. And another parenthesis for my document. And here, let's close this route. Okay, format. No, we don't have any. Now you can see that we have /companies, and here we imported these companies using lazy loading. So let's work on this companies component. And before working on these companies, because we want to send some requests from backend, we need some requirements. So let's create two different folders. We are creating folders because we want our work to be a standard, although it may take some time from us, but it will help us a little bit to be more maintainable. Our project will be more maintainable. So let's create a new folder inside of src name constants, and inside of it we create a new file name url.constants.ts, and I want to use my base URL as a constant. So I say export const of base URL equals to a string. So let's grab the code. I want my base URL. So let's start our project. Start. That's it. So let's get the URL. Okay, now you can see that I have http/IP/API/candidate or company or job. So this is until this API, this is my base URL. So let's copy this and paste it here, and this is my base URL. And after this, I want to use this base URL everywhere inside of my request. So it is the best practice to have an instance of Axios. In order to do it, let's create another folder inside of src, and we name it to helpers. And inside this helper, I will create a new file named http.helper or http.module or any name you want. For example, http.module.ts would be much more readable. So I create http.module.ts. And inside of this, I first import my Axios from Axios. And okay, do we have any problem? http.module.ts. What is the problem? It says that Axios cannot find module. I think we did not install Axios. Let's check. Okay, we need to install Axios first. So let's copy this npm Axios and terminal npm Axios. That's it. It is installed now. After Axios, we also need to use our base URL. So let's import our base URL. Does it recognize automatically? Yes. And you can see that now Axios is recognized. That's good. So we need to create an instance. So we say simply const http module equals to Axios.create. And inside of this, we can have an object and we can have a lot of configurations. You can see some of them. I want to simply use the base URL of this base URL and for my document, and then I will export default this HTTP module. No, I can use this HTTP module and it has the base URL. That's so good. So let's close it and let's minimize everything and go back to our companies. Let's import HTTP module from helpers. So inside of my companies, I created HTTP modules and now I can use it. Let's have some states, and in order to use a state, we need to import them from React. Use a state. Okay. We say const of companies and set companies equals to use a state of its type, and for its type the initial value is this empty array. For its type we need to define the company. So let's do this and create a new folder again, and the name is types, and let's create a file of global.typing.ts, and here we can export an interface for our company, for interface of AddCompany, and let's check the data we need. So let's go to the companies, try it. Okay, you can see that I'm receiving this object, so I simply copy this, paste it here and comment it. Now I can work on it and create everything I want, like ID. Let's say ID is type of string, and we have name, type of string, and size with type of string, and created add with type of string, and that's it. So now we can use AddCompany, and the type is AddCompany. That's it. And AddCompany of array. That's so. So after this, also you saw on our previous project that we can use a loading and set loading equals to use a state of boolean of false, and let's use our useEffect. So useEffect and dependency array. So inside of this useEffect, we can simply first use set loading of true, and after this we can use our HTTP module dot get. So it has the base URL, and we just need to pass the entire URL after our base URL, which can be the company slash get. And after this getting, we use a then and dot catch. So inside of then we receive a response, and let's change this type to AddCompany array, and here we can simply set these companies to our state. So set companies to response.data, and also set loading of false. And inside of catch we receive the error, and we say please alert error. This is just test because this is not important for us, and also we can log the error and set loading of false. That's it. So console.log error. Okay, do we have any problem here? What is said? Cannot find name of error. It means error. Let's format. Okay, inside of this catch, I'm receiving this error. And okay, because we are using more than one command, let's open curly brace and format. Okay, no, that's true, and that's it. So let's log our companies just one time to be sure everything is right. And so inside of my companies, refresh. Okay, cannot find Axios or retype the branch inside HTTP modules. Let's go to the HTTP module and check everything. Okay, Axios, from Axios, we don't have any problem here. Refresh. Cannot find Axios, or it's cannot find type declaration. We must not have this. Let's open terminal and Control C and we start again. Okay, you can see that no, we don't have any problem, and that's good. So inside of companies, let's refresh, go to the companies. Okay, you can see that we have access to them. So it's time to work on this. Let's close this. Let's close this global and this. So this division will have a class name of course, the content, class name of content, which is shared, and also companies and format document. So instead of this, let's have a division in top with class of heading, and inside of this I want to have an h2 with name of companies, and after this I want to have a button to add. So let's say this is a button, but I want the button to be imported from material. So import button from /mui material. So this is the button of material, and the variant of this button would be outline, and on click I want to redirect. So let's import the required things. Import something from React Router DOM, and I want to import use navigate. That's it. And here I say that const redirect equals to use navigate, and on clicking of this button I say on click you must redirect to /companies/add, and that's it. So here I want to use an icon, so I import the icon from material, import something from @mui/icons material. The icon would be add, and here let's use add and format document. Let's check. Okay, refresh. Okay, now you can see it is companies, and if I click on this, it goes to companies add. That's so good. Now let's go to the next part, and after this button, I have this division of heading, and then I want to show the data. In order to show the data, I want to use a grid, which is coming from, let me show you. Okay, MUI data grid. I want to use React data grid components, and in order to use it, we need to install X data grid. You can see that how cool it is. So let's install it. For getting started, we need to install this package. So let's open a terminal and CLS, and okay, let's use npm MUI X data grid to be installed. And while it's installing, let's go to the components, and here we need to create the component for grid, and we use that component. So let's it to be installed. Okay, that's installed now. And let's go to the components and create a new folder named companies. Okay, and here let's create a new component, company grid.component.tsx. Okay, companies grid.component.tsx. That's good. And also let's create companies grid.scss. I copy the name because I need it. Control C, and this is it. And also RAFCE. Okay, no, that's it. So for the class name, let's use companies grid. And inside of this, let's check what we need to use. So let's see it. You can see that we can use a box and a data grid which has rows and columns, and you can use a state and page size options and a lot of features. So we need a box and a data grid with rows and columns. Let's do this, and inside of this, let's change this division to a box of material. This is it. After this, let's inside of this box, let's use a data grid which coming from /x data grid. That's it. So we need a rows and a columns. Okay, for these rows, we give these rows from our data of our props. So we're receiving a data, and these rows will be this data. For the columns, we need to define our columns here. So let's define them first, and we say const of columns, which is a type of grid call definition, which is coming from these models, and this is type of array. In this array, we can have some objects that would be our rows, our columns definitions. The first thing is it has a field. What is the name of this field? For example, let's say ID. And after this, we have a header, a line, header class name, and header name. I want to use header name, and it is ID. And we can have a width, for example, 100. And let's press Control. Let's format document, and let's copy them. So let's copy them. I want to have 4. The first thing is ID. The next thing is name and size, and also created at. So field is ID 100, good. Name, the label would be name, and this would be 200. The next thing is size, so label would be size, and its width would be 150. The next thing is created at. So for the label, we can say creation time, and its width can be, for example, 200, and we want to use anything else instead of its creation time. So we can simply use render cell. So let's go to the next line to be more readable. So for render cells, we receive the params, and we can render params. Here we want to use the moment, so let's install moment, npmi moment, and terminal npmi moment, and it is installing. So for this render cell, we use params, and we say that okay, you need to use the moment. It imported, that's good. You need to use the moments of this params dot row dot this created at, and format it using this y mm and dd, and that's it. So let's format document Now you can see that I have all of these fields and these columns would be used here. So let's close, format document. What else do we need? We have all of them here. And for this, because it says that element of data has any types, let's create a props. I copy this name easily and I say that interface of I companies grid props is receiving a data and type is I company array. And here we use this type. That's it. So I think that's so good. So I have box, and for this box, let's have inline style because it has to be specify the width and the height of the parent of this data grid. So we can simply say that your width is 100% and your height would be 450. And forget to use this SX. Okay, and also we have columns and rows, and we need to specify the ID of row. So get row ID would be, you need to receive the row and row dot ID, and that's it. So after this we can use a row height. You can change the height of your rows here. So let's format document. We don't have any error on put here. That's so good. So I think this is good for now, and we will check it later. And because we are using this company's grid, just let's use inside that company grid for everything. Let's use the color of var of dash dash text color 1 to be sure that everything is responsive, and after being responsive, everything is working correctly on our dark mode. So let's go to the companies. And here after this heading, we can simply use them. Because I have loading, I say that if loading is true, 1 else 0. This can show you the structure. So if it is loading, I just simply want to return a circular progress of material UI with a size of 100, else for this, if the company's dot length is 0, we can simply use an h1 and say now company, else you can simply return that grid. So we can simply use company's grid, and this company grid has a props. You can see that it is data, and so for data we can send the companies, and let's format document. So if it is loading, show circular progress, else if it is length of 0, show no company, else use company grid. Let's check and see the result. Refresh of okay. Now you can see that I'm showing the company's grid, and I think that's so good. So let's work on the styles, and let's open these companies, split right. So this is my companies, and inside of companies I have a dot heading. So for this dot heading I want to use a flex. So let's import @ import dot slash Mixin, and here we can use @ include of the flex of row and space between and center. That's it. And also let's use a width of 100%. That's so good. So now let's check it. Refresh. Okay, now companies is here, and this plus is here, and it plus it goes to companies add. So let's work on companies add. So this company's page is finished and company grid is also finished. Now it's time to work on companies ad. Let's go to the pages. Inside of companies, you can use any pages which is related to companies. So let's create AddCompany.tsx. It's better to use .page.tsx and use RFCE and close this and this. So let's go to app.tsx, and here inside of companies, let's have another route. So this route is nested. So for the path, we can simply use add, and for the element, it is AddCompany. That's good format. Close it, format. Okay, now you can see that it is again the wrong way. So let's copy this and we say import AddCompany. Const AddCompany equals to lazy loading of this format document. Okay, now I think everything is good. Now if I refresh and I go to the companies and I press this, I'm coming to AddCompany Page. And inside of this AddCompany, let's close app. Okay, I know I want to work on this. The first thing is we need to have a DTO for creating. So let's go to the types and let's copy this and export new interface of I create company DTO. But I need just a name and size, and that's it. So let's create a new state here because I want to work with the state. So const of the company and set company equals to, let's import useState, and the type would be I create company DTO, and we need to have a default values. So for default values, we can have a name of empty string and a size of empty string, and that's it. So after this, we need to use our structure and use a class name of content, and let's delete everything inside of here. So this is my content. Inside of content, I create a new div named AddCompany, and inside of this AddCompany, let's create an h2 of addNew company, and inside of it I need to have some components of material UI. @sign MUI material, and the first thing is a text field. So for this text field, I want to have some props. The autocomplete must be off, and label of it must be company name, and variant of it must be outline, and the name of it can be name. If you want to use an e.target.value outside of this, you can use this name of name, but we can use it, or let's do it in line. So we say that you have a value and unchained simply. So for the value, we can use company dot name, and in unchange we can simply return e and say set company to all company must be held, and also the name would be e.target.value. And let's format document and see the result. Okay, you can see that this is my company name. And let's copy this text field again quickly. For the next times, we will copy paste. This was the first time we are writing this. So the next thing is size. But in order to use size, we cannot use text field because it must be an enum. So we can simply, instead of this text field, we can simply use a select. Let me show you here. So we can use a select and we choose them from this. So let's copy this form control from here and simply work on it. So after this, I will use this form control, format document, import, okay, and form label, select, and menu item. That's it. So for this, I don't need this ID, and this input label would be company size, and this is a select, and then this label ID, and I don't need ID, and the value would be company.size. The label would be company size, and on change we can simply use this again, and this will really help. So we say e set company of company, and this time the size would be e.target.value and format document, and we have some menu items. So the next thing is small, and its value would be small, medium, and large, and change these, and this. Okay, let's refresh. Okay, company size, medium, large, small. That's good. So after this form control, we can use two different buttons. So let's create a division of BTNs. Inside of BTNs, I want to have some button. The first one is save. The next one is back. But let's create this button completely first. So I say we have a variant of outline, contain, and text. I use outline, and your color would be primary. And we need to have on click. So let's create two different functions. Const of handle click save btn is an arrow function, and also let's have handle click back btn, and inside of this back btn we can simply redirect. So we need to import use navigate. Okay, it is not recognized from React Rotterdam. We need to import use navigate. So const of redirect equals to use navigate, and on handle click back we can simply back to the companies. So we can simply redirect to /companies. That's it. So let's on save, we can say handle click save btn. Now let's copy this button, and this button is back, variant is outline, but it is secondary, the color secondary. Okay, and this time we handle click back btn format. Okay, refresh. If I click back btn, it will goes back, and save btn will work on save. So I think this is good for now. Let's work on this save, handle click save btn here, and we can press enter to work. And first let's check if company dot name equals to empty string, or company dot size equals empty string. You can simply alert fill all fields. That's it, and we simply return. Else, we can simply use HTTP module, import it, okay, dot post. And what is the route after base URL? We need to send to /company /create. And for the data, we can simply pass this company because it is ready. And then, okay, dot. We have then and dot catch. So in then, we can simply return the response, and we redirect to again /companies, and in catch we can simply log the error. But first let's receive the error, and we can console.log the error. That's it, and let's format, and I think it is good for now. So let's open this to the side. Let's close this global typing. Now let's work on this AddCompany dot AddCompany. After these companies, we can use this file for both of them, and we can use width of 500 pixels, and we say that your max width is 100%. And also let's use another flex. So copy, and this time your direction is column, and it starts from top, so flex start, and this is center. That's good. And let's have a gap of 1 rem, and also for everything we can simply use the color of var dash dash text color 1 to be sure that everything is working correctly on our dark mode. Let's check. Okay, we need to import it. So import dot /companies dot scss, and let's check. Okay, no, that's good. So we companies, just we have 2 companies. Let's check. Company name is Zalardinga for test. Company size is large. Save. Okay, Zalardinga large. Creation time is this, and that's so good. But let's change the order. So in companies order, companies controller, when we are getting everything here, I want to get them with ordering dot order by descending of q goes to, we need to order them by created add dot to list async. Okay, refresh. Okay, now you can see that home companies, and now it's up. Now you can see that we created this, and that's so good. So let's go to the next thing, and the next thing is jobs. For now, we created some of our structures. So from now, we can simply copy paste a lot of things from our previous work. So let's close all of these and go to the pages and create a new one for jobs. Let's see our previous work. So we had these. We can simply copy them and change them as we want. So for our jobs, let's copy this CSS and this file, Control C in jobs, paste. Let me show you what you want to do. So refresh, rename jobs.page.tsc and also jobs.scss, and we rename everything to jobs. So these companies must be jobs and add job. That's good. This was for this. Let's go to the jobs.page. First, let's change the name of this component. So const of jobs and export default jobs. Okay, we need useEffect. Okay, we need jobs.css, HTTP modules. Okay, and AddCompany. In fact, we need to use AddJob, and we will do it later. So button. Okay, add. Okay, use navigate. Component grid. We need to use jobs grid, and we will create it. So for jobs, we have the jobs and set jobs is user setup, not AddCompany. It must be AddJob. So let's go to the typing, and here let's create them. So let's grab the job from here and check the fields we need. Okay, let's copy this object from here and comment it out. Okay, so export interface of AddJob, and we need ID, which is a string, and title of a string. Okay, ID title. Next thing is level is a string, and after it we have company ID and company name and created at, and they're all. Let's copy this quickly. Okay, and format. You can see that we are using a quick way to create everything because we are using our time. So instead of AddJob, I have ID, title, level, and company ID and company name and created ad. And in the meanwhile, let's create its create job. So interface of I create job DTO. I don't need ID, I need title, yes, I need level, and I need company ID, I don't need company name, and I don't need this. So we created AddJob and I create job DTO. That's good. Now we can use this AddJob, okay, and I don't need this AddCompany anymore. And also let's comment this company's grid. So jobs and set jobs is good. Loading, okay. Redirect is okay. On useEffect, set loading to HTTP module dot get AddJob of slash job slash get, and then set response get response and set jobs of response data and set loading. Okay, error. Okay, let's delete this. Okay, this time in this we can say that this is jobs, and div of class name of heading is the same because it is the structure. In this we can say jobs. Button variant outline on click redirect to jobs slash add. This is add, that's good. And button if loading circular progress, else if jobs.length is 0, no job, else we need to create jobs grid. So let's do this, and in components for this company's grid, let's copy this exactly. Let me show you. Instead of components, let's say jobs. So let's change these companies to jobs, and let's this to jobs grid, and inside of jobs grid this is jobs, and the rest is the same. Okay, so inside of job grid we have box, data grid column, okay, moment, react, and AddCompany. Instead of AddCompany we need to use AddJob. So this time for the columns we have some different things, and the first thing is ID is exactly the same. The next thing is a title, it is job title, and it can be 500. Let's delete this and let's use some of them. So the first thing is ID, and the next thing is title, and after it we have level, and 150 is good. So after level we have company name, and the header name would be company name. I don't use company ID, I don't need it, and this is 150 is good. The next thing is the created ad, and the header name would be creation time, and its width is 150. It's good, but again I want to use a render cell, and inside of it I use a params, and I receive this params, and I use the moment of params dot row dot created at dot from now. This time I want to use from now, and let's delete this and this, and format cell, format our document. Okay, now it says that, okay, we need to use a comma here, format cell, format document. Okay, ID, title, level, company name. Okay, created at, creation time, and that's it. So this is the columns. So interface of I, companies is jobs. We just changing any company to job. So AddJobs is data is type of I job array, and companies array is companies grid needs to be jobs grid, and data is type of this, and box is 6 of this, it's jobs grid, data grid, row column, get row ID okay, row height okay, box, and return this. So let's format document. You see that how easily we created this job grid from the exact same structure. So let's use this jobs grid, and its data is jobs, and format. Okay, let's check it. useEffect. Okay, jobs, HTTP module, AddJob, button circular, add, use navigate, jobs grid, and let's delete this. Okay, content jobs, and that's so good. So let's check everything. Go to home. Okay, this is companies, and let's go to the jobs. And it seems that we need the route. So let's go to the app. And after these companies, let's create another one. We can simply copy this. It is faster. Okay, Ctrl Z. Copy this, paste, comment. So this path is for jobs, and for the index we can simply use jobs from jobs.page. You can see that it is not in the correct format, so let's copy this line, and we say the jobs is lazy loading of this address. Delete this. Okay, now we have jobs, and format document. Now let's check, refresh. Okay, this is companies, and this is my jobs. I have ID, title of senior frontend, level, company name, creation time, and a lot of things. And you can see that here it is a day, month, year, but in jobs it is, for example, 15 hours ago, which is from now. The next thing is going to jobs add. So let's work on it, and now you know that we can simply copy everything from the other file. So let's go to the companies, and we have this AddCompany.page. So let's copy this, go to the jobs, and paste it here, and rename this AddCompany to AddJob.page.tsx. And here we have AddJob. Okay, that's good. We just need to work on this. So AddCompany is AddJob. The first thing is the name of our component. So this is AddJob, and we export default of AddJob. Format. And we have a lot of things here. We don't work on them right now. So here we can simply say that job and set job equal useState of I create job DTO. You know that we created them. So inside of its initial value, let's see, we have a title of empty string. Also we have level of empty string, And also we have company ID of empty string. Let's format document. Okay, just let's comment this handle click and redirect is good. No, this time we need to give the companies and fetch the companies from the backend. So we need to use useEffect. So let's use effect, and because we want all of the companies, we need to get list of all companies and work with them. But we have done this before inside of our companies page. So let's simply copy the state of it from here. So this is the all of our companies. I don't need this loading. Okay, we need companies, and also we need to use this use effect to set everything to this company. So let's copy this use effect from our companies, and after this, okay, let's import iCompany. Okay, and I don't need loading, so delete this and format document. Okay, so in this use effect, we create this request and get list of all companies, and it will be used inside of this companies state, and we will use it. So let's go to the structure of here, and this is a content, and after this is add job. So add new job, and here the text field is off and the label is the first thing. Let's see it. It is, we have title, level, and company ID. So here it is for the add new job. After this, it is job name or job title or any name. It can be job title or job name. Variant is outline good, and the value of it would be job dot title, and on change we say set job to all job. You can see that it is same, and the title is event.target.value format. Okay, this is the first one. After this, we have a form control, and we need to work on our job level. Job level, but you know that. Let me show you in Swagger. For the job level, we have this array. So we need to work on this. Let's copy this array from here, copy, and here we need to use this array and just use them. So before our component, let's create const of levels array, which is a type of a string array, equals to exactly this, and this must be a string. So let's change them, a string, this and this and this, format document. Okay, so I need to use these levels arrays, and inside of this form control here, okay, so this would be the job level, and the value of it would be the job dot level. The label would be job level. Let's copy. That's it. And on change, we can say that set job of previous job, and your level would be e.target.value. Okay, format document. No, that's good. But inside of them, this must be dynamically. So let's simply open curly brace to use JavaScript, and we simply say level array dot map. And for each one, we have an item. So for any item, we can simply return a menu item, the menu item we had, and every menu item must have a key. The key can be the exactly item, and it has a value, and its value can be the item, and also it has a label, and the label exactly can be the item. So the value and the label is the same string. Okay, let's delete this and this and this. So what we have done inside of select, we used the level array and we created some menu items. And after this, we need to have the company. So we grab the companies from the backend using this. So we have access to backend companies. It must be select. So let's copy this select and paste it here and work on it. So the first thing is here we need to use our company. I know that this can be disturbing, but this is a real world project and you need to do a lot of these works on the future career. So the input label is company and the value is job.company ID. And the label would be this company. That's it. And on change, we receive the E and it says set job of the job. And this time you change the company ID to E.target.value. And this time here for this menu items, we map on companies. Companies.map, we have an item for every companies. And for everyone, we have a key. The value is for the key of this menu is item.id and the value also would be item.id because we want to save this value. And here it would be the item for the title. It is item.name. So format document. This is it. Then we have btns of save and back and okay, let's uncomment this and check format document. So let's format, okay, home, companies, jobs, and add. Okay, do we have any error? No roads. Okay, we need the road. So let's go to the app. And here we say that for add element is add job. Again, this time you know what you need to do. So this must be like something like this. AddJob is lazy loading of this format document. Okay, now we have error. That's good. Cannot resolve /companies. So let's go to the AddJob and here it is jobs.css. Let's delete this. Okay, refresh. No, we don't have any error. That's so good. So we can have job title, job level is intern, junior, mid-level, senior, and the others. And the companies Zalardinga, Amazon, Microsoft. And if I add another company like test1 with medium save, do we have access to it in jobs? Yes, this is fully dynamic and that's so good. So let's work on this saving. And now you know that we have the front end, and after this, inside of this save, we need to first have a validation. So we simply say that if job.title equals to this. So let's completely copy paste it, or job.title or job.level or job.company ID format document. Okay, job.title is empty or job level is empty or job company ID empty, alert. Else use HTTP module of /job/create and send the job in response redirect to jobs, else console.log errors and in handle click go back to jobs. Let's format document and see the result. Go to the home, companies, jobs. So inside of jobs, I say that mid-level developer of test. The job level is mid-level and the company is Amazon. Save. Okay, mid-level developer of test. Level is mid-level, company name is Amazon, and creation time is in an hour. That's so good. Also, let's go to the jobs controller and change the returning of it. So order by descending of Q goes to Q dot created add dot to list of async to be sure that it is okay. Refresh. Okay, now it is on the top. It seems that our company is working correctly. Let's change. Okay, we need to work on it. Companies. We need to change the colors later. It seems that we have problem. Okay, no problem. So after jobs, it's time to go to the candidates. And let's work on the types first. So inside of types, now we have iCompany, iCreateCompany, iJob, iCreateJob, and of course the next thing is candidate. So let's see the structure. So let's get, and let's copy one of them. Comment. Okay. Now let's create export interface of iCandidate, and we have ID, first name, last name, email, phone, cover letter, resume URL, job ID, and job title. Okay, so let's copy. You can see that I'm doing as quick as I can. So format document. So this is my candidate. I have ID, first name, last name, email, phone, cover letter, resume URL, job ID, and job title. Also, let's create the last one, which is I create candidate DTO, and I don't need ID. I need first name, last name, email, phone, and cover letter. I don't need resume URL. I need job ID and don't need job title. So first name, last name, email, phone, cover letter, and job ID. So for my document, let's close everything and go to the pages. So here, let's create candidates, and let's see the jobs. Okay, inside of candidates, I want to have candidates.page.tsx and also candidates.scss, and that's it. So let's copy everything from here to this and copy everything of this CSS to here. So first let's change the CSS. This job is candidates heading. Okay, add candidate. Okay, and inside of this candidate, let's change this name, this candidate, and export default of this. And this is candidates, and set candidates, use state of I candidate array. That's it. So we have loading. Okay, useEffect, set loading true, HTTP module of get of. This is type of iCandidate, and here is to slash candidate slash get. But then we have a response, so we set the candidate to response.data, and we have set loading. Okay. Everything is okay. So content, candidates, and heading, and candidates button redirect to candidates slash add, and button. That's good. Loading circular progress. Or if candidates.length is 0, no candidate. Else we need to use candidate grid. So let's create the grid in components. let's copy the jobs grid. So let's copy paste this folder and change this to candidates folder, and everything related to candidates will be inside this folder. We simply use this candidates grid, and let's copy this name. Okay, and format document, and inside of this let's rename to candidates grid.component.tsx, and let's rename it candidate grid. Now let's work on it. So we need to import candidate from this file, and for the columns we need to change it a little. So of course we have ID, but let's delete this, and after ID we can have the first name, and it is first name, and let's use 120 and copy this, and then it is last name and last name, and then use email, and also let's use phone. It can be 150 and 150, and after it you can use cover letter, or CV, and it can be 400. And after cover letter we don't need to use this resume URL, and we don't need to use created and we can use resume URL, and header name is download, and its width is 150, and in render cell we receive the params, and we can, instead of this moment, we can simply return an a link. So this a link will be the link, and its href would be, let's use template literals, and let's use a base URL slash. Let me show you inside of our Swagger for downloading. We can use slash candidate slash download slash the URL. So we can use base URL, which is slash API, then slash candidate slash download slash the URL, and the URL is dynamic, so it comes from params.row.resume URL. That's it, and we say the type of view is download, yes, and for your let me show you format document. For here you can use a link, and then this is the candidate grid props, and the data is type of candidate, and let's change this. Okay, so you're receiving a data and box. Okay, a data grid. Let's format document. Now let's go here, and here we say the candidates grid, and your data is the candidates, which is this. So let's format document, and let's check. Okay, useEffect. Okay, this is candidates.css HTML module. Okay, I don't need AddJob button. Okay, add use navigate. We don't need job grid, we need this. Okay, let's check. Go here, home, refresh. Go to the candidates. Do we have the route? No, we don't have. So let's import it inside of app.tsx. So let's copy this simply because we have another nested route, comment. This is a slash candidates. That's it. So for the index, we say this is candidate which coming from this page. Again, this time you know that we need to say this candidate is the lazy load variable. So oops, delete this, and we say candidate is lazy of importing it from here, format. Now let's go to candidates from home. Okay, companies. Okay, jobs. Okay, and candidates. Okay, and this will go to the candidates. That's good. Now you can see that I have ID, first name, last name, email, phone, CV, and download. So instead of this link, let's check it. Okay, it can show you that this is EE9. Okay, and this one is AF9. That's so good, it's working correctly. But let's use a simple icon here. So inside of candidates grid, do we have grid? No, we don't have it. So let's import something from material icons, and it is picture as PDF. Okay, so let's copy this, and instead of this link, we can use this. Okay, now you can see that I'm using a icon here, so that's so good. And now this is the time for work on the last page, which is adding a candidate. So you can see that this is empty for now. Let's work on it. So let's close everything and go to the pages. So inside of candidate, we need to add another one. Add candidate.page.tsx RAFCE, and the better idea is to copying from AddJob and editing it. So let's copy, Control A, Control C, copy everything, and here paste it. And this is my component, so I change it. So instead of AddJob, I say this is AddCandidate. Let's copy this, AddCandidate, and export default of iCandidate. And that's it. This is candidates.css, and let's go here. So this time we don't want to use the levels because it was for the previous page, it was jobs, and Control X, delete it. But this time, let me show you in Swagger, refresh. Okay, for creating candidates, we need to send the job ID. So we need to use the list of jobs. So first, let's change this to candidate and set candidate, and then it is I create candidate DTO. And what we need here, of course, the first name, an empty string, and last name of empty string. Also, we need to use the email of empty string, and the next thing can be the phone with empty string. And also we have cover letter of empty string, and the last thing is, no, let's use semicolon, and the last thing is job ID, which is an empty string for now. So let's format document. This is the initial state of us. Everything is empty and we don't need this, but we need to use the jobs. So let's go to the jobs and copy this state and paste it here and import iJob. Okay, and also use this useEffect because it is giving the jobs and we need it exactly. And let's delete this useEffect, we don't need it. And we need to use, okay, I don't need loading and this loading and this loading. So format document. No, we have access to all of our jobs. And that's it. Also, we need redirect, yes. So let's comment this for now. And the next thing is, you know that when we're creating a candidate, we need to send the PDF file. So let's create another state. After these jobs, we say const of PDF file and set PDF file equals to a useState. And this useState have this file or null. So in the initial it is null, then its type can be a file. So let's format document, and now we have this candidate and set candidate. Then we have this PDF state and we have jobs state, and also we have this navigate. Then we have this user state that gives all of the jobs and set them to the jobs array, which is the state of jobs. And then we have these two, we work on them later. So let's have them and this and this. We have redirect to slash candidates when we click on backbtn. So we redirect to slash candidates. That's good. Format document. Okay, now let's work on our structure and then we will configure all of our save button. So what we have inside of this create, the first thing is I have content, then I have the class name of AddCandidate, and after it let's go to this structure, add new. Okay, add new candidate. After this I want to have a new let me show you here. We have first name, last name, email, phone, cover letter, and job ID. So it is better to first select our job. So I can simply delete this. I don't need it. And let's cut this and minimize. Okay. So this is a form control. And here I say that this is for my job. So select this value is my candidate the job ID, of course. That's good. The label is the job, and on change we say that set candidate. You can see that the structure is the equal, but there are just a little changes on the names. So it will save the previous candidate, and we say the job ID is e.target.value format document. And here, instead of companies, we can say that we have a jobs.map. We have some items, and the key is this item.id. That's good, and value is the ID of the item. This item is a iJob. That's so good. And here we don't have the name. We say that item.title would be shown. So this is for my form control, and after this form control we can use the first name, last name, and the others. So the next thing is this text field of the first label is first name. The variant can be outline and its value can be candidate dot first name, and on change let's copy all of this from here. We say set candidate all candidate, and the first name is e.target.value. And we have a lot of them like this. So let's copy after first name. What do we have? We have last name, of course. So this can be last name, variant, okay. Value is candidate dot last name, unchanged, set candidate of candidate, and your last name is e.target.value. Let's format document and copy again. Okay, we have first name, last name. After them, let's see, first name, last name, email, phone, cover letter. So first name, last name, Okay, this was first name. This is last name. The next thing is my email. Variant outline value is email. And also here set candidate of candidate, and email is this. And after email, we saw that we have phone. So phone, and this is phone, and also here it is phone. That's it. And after it, we had cover letter. So after phone, we can use cover letter, CV or cover letter or any name you want. This is cover letter. And also here it is cover letter. So let's format document. And now we have all of them. But the last thing is, let's see, we have first name, last name, email, phone, cover letter, and job ID. The job ID is this form control, and all of them are here. But the next thing is the file. So in order to use it, we can simply use an input tag. The type would be, you can see that we have the type of file, and on change, we can simply receive the event and say that set the PDF file of event dot target dot files of 0, the first item of this array, and that's it. But it seems, let's format document, it seems that we have problem. It says that return a field the object in target file is possibly null. Okay, no problem. We can simply copy this, and we can say that if event.target.files exist, use event.target.file of 0, else use null, and format document. That's good. So the next thing is btns. Okay, and that's it. So I think we have everything we need right now. Now it's time to work on this. Click save. So let's uncomment everything. Now we have a lot of things, like the first thing is, okay, let's delete everything inside of it to be quick. And you can see that we have first name, last name, email, and a lot of them. So we can say that if candidate dot first name equals to the empty string, or now we can copy them easily. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we have first name and first name and last name, email, phone, email, phone. You can see that I'm using a simple validation. After phone, we have cover letter and job ID. So cover letter, job ID, or not PDF file. We also check that PDF file must not be null. So if anything, if any of them is true, alert field all fields and return. Else, we need to send them to the backend. But because, let me show you inside of Swagger, this time we are using multi-part form data because we want to send everything to the candidate controller here, and on post of create, we're receiving them from form. So we need data of form, and also here you can see that this value are coming from multi-part slash form data. So I'm not using a form tag inside of this component, and simply we can create a new value. Let me show you. Const of my new form data or new candidate form data. This is a form data of JavaScript. So we can have form data inside of JavaScript, and we have new form data dot append. So we can append a lot of things to it. So the first thing is first name. So we can simply say that your first name is candidate dot first name. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The next thing is last name. So append last name and candidate last name, also email, phone, that's good, and cover letter, job ID, and also we can use this PDF file. So the PDF file would be this file, and we are sure that it is not null because we checked that here. So now we have this form data. Now we can send this form data to our backend. So the HTTP module.post is /candidate /create and new candidate form data, and here on success is redirect to /candidates and format document on catch. Okay. So let's test. Let's go here and go to the home candidates, create. Okay, do we import it? No, we need to import it. So let's go to the app.tsx, and here inside of candidates we need to use AddCandidate, and you know that it automatically import like this, but let's change to the lazy loading. So AddCandidate is using this address. So we are lazy load it and it has better performance. Let's delete this and format document. Now we have add document. So let's go to the home and candidates, refresh. Okay, let's add another one. Okay, first let's save. Okay, fill all of fields. Thanks. So the job is one of them. You can see that this is dynamic. So mid-level developer, team lead with 7 years. Okay, first name is test 1, test 2. Email is test@test.com. Phone is a number we don't need. Okay, CV, I am a developer, testing, and let's change this to multi-line. So let's go to the cover letter. It is it, and we say that this is a multi-line because it can be a multi-line text. So let's refresh. Okay, anything AAA, BBB, CCC, @thing.com, phone this number, and CV. Hello, I am a developer test. And let's add a file, for example, from drive F. I choose this one, okay, and save. Okay, it seems that we saved that. You can see that I have AAA. Let's go to the candidate controller and change the order. Okay, so before this to list, let's cut and dot order by descending of, Control Z. What is the problem? Okay, order by descending of Q goes to Q dot created at dot to list of async, save, refresh. And okay, now let's refresh. Now we can see that it is here up, and if I say download, okay, it is 094E. And let's test on document PDF. Okay, 094E, that's good, it is saved. And it seems that everything is working. Let's save another one. In fact, let's test everything from the beginning. So on companies, I create final test company. The company size is large, save. Okay, it's saved. And let's go to the jobs. In jobs, let's create another one. Job title is test final job for test company. And job level is CTO. The company is final test company. Save. Okay. No, let's refresh to be sure. We have the test final job for test company with ID of force. Level is CTO. Company name is final test. Creation time is in an hour. And let's create a candidate for it. So let's add, okay, job is test final job. First name is Mamad test. Last name is Tahiri test. test2. Email is mamad@test.com. Phone is +9898985555. CV is I am a full stack developer and also a YouTuber. Hope this video helps you to be a better developer. Good luck. And choose a file, for example, this file, and save. And it seems that it's working correctly, but we can use a greater width for CV. So let's go to the grid of my candidates. Let's close everything. Components, candidates, grid. So for the CV or cover letter, let's change this to 500. Okay, that's much more better. Now you can see that it is created and it's on the top because we changed the order. And I think our project is finally completed. And let's check just the dark mode. You can see that it is okay. In companies, it is not working correctly. You can see that this is right, but the color of these are not right. So let's go to the grids and check everything. So the first thing is companies grid. So let's go to the components, companies, and companies grid. So here we're saying that in companies grid for everything we have the color of variable. Let's use this directly. Let's copy this here and format document and see if it's working or not. No. Why it's not working? We have companies grid box. Okay, we don't have the import. So let's on the top import. Let's copy the file name quickly. Okay, and /this. Let's refresh. Okay, now you can see that the problem was not importing, so we don't need this. We can use this or no difference. So format document and refresh. Okay, you can see that the problem was not importing. So okay, for jobs, again we have problems. So let's go to the check all of them. So let's go to the components for candidates. Okay, do we have imported it? No. So import /this. For companies, do we imported this? Yes. And for the jobs grid, do we imported it? No. Copy, import /. Now let's check. So go to the home and companies. Okay. AddCompanies works. Jobs. Okay. AddJob. Okay. So candidate. Okay. AddCandidate. Okay. Everything is working correctly. And also let's check for the final time the responsiveness. Okay, you can see that I have this responsive. Go to homes. Okay, go to the companies. You can see that this is also responsive. And jobs, so good. And candidates, so good and also responsive and dark mode. So it seems that let's close like this and this and this and this. It seems that everything is working correctly, and this was a relatively long video, but we covered a lot of stuff inside of this video. So I hope this video helps you. Leave some comments for me and hit the like button and subscribe to my channel, and let me know if there is any opinion or any comment you have. Thank you, have a good time, and goodbye.